Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. I actually was able to get up on time today. Well, get up at the time I wanted to get up. Most days I get up way later than that. But in any case, hope everyone's doing alright. Hope you've had some time to get some coffee or some tea, whatever, to start your morning. I've had a cup and a half. Finishing up my, well, 2 cups. Finishing up my second mug. And it's a big old mug. Got some new coffee this morning. Been grinding my own grounds ever since we got this hand-powered grinder. It's a fun little exercise. But my previous favorite coffee that at the grocery store was no longer on sale, so it was much more expensive. I say much more expensive, like $3 more per pound, I think. So anyway, it's French toast today. Not French roast, French toast. Come on now, update yourself there, OBS. That's better. Alright. Well, anyway, I'm taking a break from Pixel Dailies today because it does not inspire me. The Pixel Dailies for today. And so, I'm gonna do something else. It makes me happy. We're gonna go ahead and jump right into it. I'm gonna make some dungeon tiles. Because this is something that I've wanted to do for a while. I feel like 16 by 16 might be a little bit small, but we're gonna see what we can get away with. And I'm not gonna start with a corner tile either. So I'm imagining this in the style of old, like, Link to the Past style. I'm going to go ahead and make a new layer because I want a transparency layer behind everything. And I don't want to fill. But old Link to the Past style stuff. So I think what that is basically going to mean is I'll need a top border. Oh, actually, let's leave that alone for a second, that particular one. I'm going to come down here. So this is going to fade into this, and then this will be our corner tile. And actually, since I am here, let's try something. You know what? Before we get too invested in what we've got, I'm gonna grab just right here to right there. Why can't I move you? Let me move you. Why can't I? Fine, be that way. There. So I only want to paint in this area for a second. And then I want to do a gradient. Give me all the dithering. We're going to come down from this color here to like right there. I'm wondering. Is this better served going the other way? No, I think that's good. I think the darker color on the inside is the way to go. So, With that in mind, we're just going to start with that. Why would that do that way? That's really freaking weird. Yeah, I don't need to do that. All right, so I'm gonna do this color. Now I need a transition, I think, between these two. But I'm not gonna get too hung up on that particular thing just yet. This is gonna be our corner tile. So let's just jump over here somewhere. Here. So there's a lot of different ways to do this, I think. But I think one of the easier ways to make a tileable piece is to do 1 and 2, something like this. So now that I have this, if I were to take it and copy it in any direction, it builds bricks. So we can take these, shade them in, and see how that looks. Obviously, we're working with a 16 by 16 square here, so it is going to somewhat limit what we can do. But one of the first things I think I want to do is cut the corners off of these bricks. I think, yes. I think that is the way that do. I think that do be the way that do be is. I think I'm just gonna go with that. We'll come up here to our lightest color. Honestly, making one brick and then copying it down to its respective sides would probably make my life a whole lot easier. And I want to try and do some dithering on these to give them a little more of a textured feel. Because dithering is something I haven't really played with a whole lot yet. I think I'm not getting quite the feel that I'm going for yet. I'm gonna keep playing with it. I might take all this back. Nope, don't think I like that at all. That is too much of a stark cut there, I think. That's not a whole lot better. What if I break this up like so? That kind of works. I still don't love it, though. It's starting to look like something. It's starting to look like I know what I'm doing. Kinda. Yeah, I think that doesn't look half bad, actually. There's a lot of different ways that I can do this, too. That's the thing. The thing that I like about it. Like, if I put that there, that's an obvious flat spot on this block. I am kind of feeling like... multiple levels of alteration. And now I'm also taking a look at this dithering pattern up here. Considering this was probably programmed by somebody who's much better at pixel art than I am. I'm looking up at this stuff here. And you've got these tetraminos, tetra shapes, back to back with each other on the alteration of their coloration here. But I don't know if I want to do it that way. I don't know if I really have no space for that particular thing. I think a wall of those would look fine. It might be a little bit too busy, but at this point, I'm kind of just willing to see how it looks. So we've got one, yeah, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. We are going to copy this and just put it down here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know why I'm messing with it. I could just move it and see what happens. There we are. I'm kind of getting the feeling that this is like too dark of a transition. Too much of a contrast between these two specific colors. But let's see. Okay, so that does work. Now here's the problem I just realized. I don't know that this works in the context of a dungeon tile? If that makes any sense? Like a top-down dungeon, I should say. Let's go ahead and see if we can't do a corner piece. So I assume the wall is going to be this big. Can I? Actually, let's keep that for a second. We'll keep the border. cut these corners off. Okay, that's starting to look a little better. So now, really, I should have this be my main piece. Or be this brighter color, rather. And perhaps it should be outlined? Not sure. We're gonna do it. For now, anyway. So then we would have a diagonal line there, which we can fade out a bit. This is probably not the best way to do this. I think this is not gonna look good. I'm getting a sneaking suspicion. That is just this color. Yep. Nope, that doesn't look like what I wanted it to at all. As a matter of fact. A bit more dithering nonsense-ish. Probably should have gone at an angle. If this doesn't look good, which I have a sneaking suspicion it will not, I'm going to actually just use the dithering tool and see how much better that looks. I mean, it looks fine. But still not good. I might be shooting myself in the foot here. Just because this is so small. I'm gonna dither between... I would like to dither between more colors, really. Oh, no, only contiguous. And let's... Give me that 2x2. Nope. Let's do this. Just gonna go ahead and fill in all these. And we'll come back to this thing. Nope, don't like it. Do not care for it at all. Probably what I should do here, actually, is lighten this whole thing up a bit. So like all of this... Can't do that, cool. Should be this color, and then the next color down should actually be this border. Oof, gotta be careful with that. I can. And in reality, oh no, wrong one. There we go. In reality, I kind of want to bring this as close to the edge as much as I can. There we go. And then actually, I can pick the right color here. On the far side of the, nope. Far side of the corner, we just want darker colors. Do the same thing we did on the other side. And then we'll probably just maybe do an aliasing and alias it out. Well, it definitely looks better, but I don't know if it looks good. You feel me? I have an idea. It's maybe a bad idea, but it's at least an idea. Maybe actually the other way. Hold on. I might be onto something. I might have the smallest shred of an idea that is working. I don't know. I don't know about if I should cut the corners here or not. I have a feeling maybe no. Maybe cut the corners here. It looks like something. I mean, I do feel like it kind of works. That works. That helps, I think. I think that's good. Even if everything else isn't necessarily good yet. Whew. I think I got some of my coffee grounds in my actual coffee. I don't know how that happened. Ouch. That was an unpleasant experience. Pro tip, kids. Don't drink coffee grounds. It's not good for you. Alright, so this was a neat idea, but I don't think it's working. At least not in this instance. Alright. So if I wanted to make this look like it was rounded, what would I do? Something like that. This is all new territory for me here. Or am I completely missing the big picture here? Does this simply need to be flat? Or rather, it doesn't disappear from the perspective? Tell you what, let's look up. So it looks like Link to the Past, for example, which is kind of the style I'm attempting to emulate, simply just meshes the wall tiles together. It's like, oh, here, these wall tiles, they're just going to cut diagonally. Well, that's not exactly true. It looks like they've got a couple of different corner pieces. But one thing that they also do is the bricks on the top are a little wider and brighter. So that's an idea. Also, this does look better. Let's save this for later. It's a special tool that'll help us later. Maybe we'll come back to that. But in the meantime, let's try. So let me see here. How many pixels are we looking at here? Several, actually. This is way more than 16 by 16. Yeah, I'd have to say it's probably at least double. Or rather, maybe you could look at it as being two separate tiles. So if they're looking at this like it is... Be gone, you. Alright, so if they're looking at this as if it's a double tile, it gets brighter up here, so like at the very top we'd be using a color like this on the very, very top of our tiles. Also, another thing, they've got a border that goes around the top of the frame. You know what? I'm just gonna save this image. Can I save it as a ping? Can't. Alright, whatever. Let's do this. Okay, I gotta go find it now. Okay, so obviously the thing is blurring quite a bit, and it's been compressed into a JPEG. But I'm pretty sure that this is approximately the actual pixel size. Yeah, probably that one. But either way, you can tell that there's these, this is like 4 pixels, I think, in the original. Yeah, that's just 1. So, let's see if I can shift in here. So yeah, that's 4 pixels. Like so. Ah! Welcome, Mookie42. Thank you for following. We are doing some, we're trying to learn something. We're trying to learn from some, Link to the Past art here, and I've found a JPEG. But in any case, given the fact that it is a JPEG, you can still tell about how big everything is supposed to be. Hello, welcome, and good morning. So if this is about the size of a pixel here, this is about how big this is, I think. So if I want to emulate that, that's going to be... Goodness. I can't actually tell if this is supposed to be... Well, no. This might be more than 4? Nah, that's definitely only 4. How you doing this morning, though? That's 1... That's 1, that's 1. Goodness. That's definitely 2 there. It's weird when I start filling stuff in. When I start filling stuff in, it makes it harder to figure out. I should probably find a better reference. But in any case, this, I didn't make this, obviously. I made this. But I like this, and I like the way it looks, but it's not really emulating the style. So what I'm trying to do here is get a feeling for How did they do it? But anyway, one thing I noticed first was that they've got this big border here. It goes all the way around and meshes up, kinda. But they got this really nice border, and then it's like, you know, many blocks thick, many pixels thick. And then they've got, if I can undo that, and they've got a smaller border here, or a smaller brick size, and then a smaller one, and a smaller one. So I kind of need, or want rather, to emulate that. But assuming this is my approximate pixel size, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4-ish, 5. It's really weird. It's not exact. Well, it's not weird. It's artifact of being a JPEG. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. About 11 pixels. Right there. So then if I can select this, copy it, I can select the whole thing. That would be 22, and then like what, half again? 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So 28, 32, somewhere in there. Maybe call it 26. This border here may or may not actually be included in it. It's probably 24 if I had to make a... If I had to make a quick guess, I'd call it 24 pixels. So in any case, I don't care for that image anymore. So let's try to sort of emulate the style here with what we've got going on. I'm gonna end with like, let's see if I split this down the middle. So I've sized up from 16 by 16 to 32 by 32. Hopefully that will help. And we're gonna be on our brightest colors. So let's call that in. Let's come down to this perhaps and bring it all the way down. And I want these to mesh together. So I think that's the way I would do that. If I want to... I'm not dividing these evenly, that's for sure. I might be overthinking this. I'm almost certainly overthinking this. But that's alright. Oh goodness, that is more levels of incorrect than I thought it was. I think then, if I just move this over one, these these should be even. Ish. Even enough, I think. Yeah. Then we'll fill that in. Oh no, wait a minute. I realized what I've done wrong. Fine. Okay, so this needs to be split like this if this is going to be even. Which means that this has to fill out like so. Yeah, but then the middle one isn't even. The thing that I'm concerned about is I want these to tile, right? So if I'm having these like this, and they kind of do, they aren't even. I think my problem is that I'm trying to do too many in a single space. Yeah, maybe I should only do 2? I wonder if I can find a better reference. Probably can. Don't want a JPEG. Let's put this in a better folder. Right in there. There we go. Now if I can click on things, I have a cat who is climbing over my arm. Hey, kitty. I'm trying to work here, cat. I don't like that. Yeah, don't save it. Give me a new... No, I want to open a file. In my pictures, in my pixel art. Big old caps, there we go. This one's actually PNG. So it's not the same. Goodness, this looks rough. How are you, Mr. Wizard? I'm the wizard. Walking down the road all day. I'm doing pretty good. I've had, well, a cup and a half of coffee. I had to stop. But I've had a pretty good morning. It is... Well, it's not morning anymore. It's afternoon now, but had a pretty good day so far. How about you? How has your day been thus far? This is also not a good image. I was hoping that this would fix the previous problems, but I think this one has also been resized. It's not good. Come on now. Pet me out. That's a JPEG. Give me a PNG. Ah, well, I think I'm just gonna have to live with it. I'm good. My day was good. I'm glad to hear that. Is your day about over? Are you about done with doing what you have had to do today? Nice. Glad to hear it. Hope you had a productive day if you were trying to be productive, or a relaxing day if that was what you were trying to do. Okay, so I have determined that I don't like these, so we're going to do away with them. It's 6 in the night. 6 p.m. You are many hours after myself, which means you are east of me. I think. Yeah, means you're east of me. Although I suppose everyone is west of everyone else if you go far enough. Let's see, if I do just a big block here. About like that, I think. Yeah, I think this will tile. Now then the question becomes, is this not quite the same size? So if I chop it down by one, if I take one off of this and put one on the other end, that should be good. Put that down like that. Bring that out like that. There. Now these are even. By the way, nice pixel art. Thank you. I appreciate that. Everything you see on screen right now, I made myself. I have been trying to learn. And I'm glad you like it. I have a lot of stuff planned. Well, I have a lot of stuff that I want to do. I don't know if I can say that it's been planned, per se. Okay, I think... So, now that I've got this, I don't need to work on these outer two. I can just work on the middle one and then cut it up and put it where it needs to be on the other, on each side, I think. Tomorrow I need to draw some shapes to improve my art. Yeah, I think that would be good. I find that doing the thing is always the best way to get better at the thing. So I'm going to show you something here. I started off a few weeks ago to get better. If I can find my practice page. Where is it? Shapes practice, that's what it was called. Shapes practice, there we go. I started off several weeks ago trying to learn and get better just by doing basic shapes. And I did this one day, and then I did this one another day, and then I never came back to this one because I was trying to do something circular and round, and I hated it, so I didn't do that. But then I did this one, and like you can kind of see, I do get a little better over time. You know, I did each one a different day. But, you know, just keeping consistent, you know, and having a frame of reference, too. That was the other thing. I was looking at somebody else's work who had done, who was obviously, you know, better than me. But, you know, you learn a few things here and there as you move up. Or as you keep doing stuff and you copy other people. You increase your skill, as it were, as you progress and press on. But, you know, this one, or rather, I think this one here, looks a lot better than the first one I started with. But yeah, just practice, practice, practice. I keep saying that the first step to being good at something is sucking at something. So that's why I'm trying. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to do dungeon tiles, because I think it'll be a good process to get better at it. Do some shapes, then forms of shapes. Yeah, and especially if you've got like a reference you can work from, something you can look at to show you either even whether it's a real reference, you know, like an actual ball or box or something, or something that someone else has drawn. I find that if I can find someone who has done, who's worked in the same style of art that I'm trying to create, and they've done a box, for example, I can see the technique that they used to get the effect that they ended up with. So that I find a lot more helpful than actually looking at a real object a lot of the time. It's easier to see that. Do some shapes than forms of shapes, and it's easier to see that shape. Yeah, that's basically it. And I think it's one of those things that can be really it can be frustrating to try and draw a box because you're like, I know what a box looks like. I've seen boxes my whole life. But then you try to draw one, and it's a completely different ability because you haven't really looked at a box critically in the same kind of way. Actually, I think I've got an idea. Maybe this won't work out the way I think it will. Again, maybe it will. I think that looks better-ish. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it. That's my understanding of the art. That's probably better. One of those two. I'm not really sure yet. One of these two is gonna be better. But yeah, I think I tend to agree. I'm not sure which one of these looks better, to be honest with you. I'm just gonna roll with it and see what happens. So one thing I can do now is fade this in. Of course, I'm using this color here, but I'm just gonna darken that in actually for now. Oh, right, yeah. Crud, wrong button. There we go. I think that's the way I want to do that. Yeah. And if I really wanted to, I could throw that in there like that. And this would probably actually want to be brighter up here. If this is my brightest color, I want to fade that down, and down again. Which probably means that I don't want this to go that way. I want this to go that way on the inside. That's gonna look interesting, I think. So, let's see, I can... Again, sort of mimicking the style of pixel art in the past, I can do like one of these doodads. Guess that thing must have been bigger than I thought, because that was definitely 2 pixels. Or 3, I guess. Wide. I'm gonna have to make sure the border at the top meshes in, so I might move this down. I see. How bright can I make this and it's still... okay. Okay, that kind of works. Not sure how I feel about that, to be honest. Nah, it's probably fine. I'm clicking the wrong button. bigger. Okay, so I'm gonna see how this looks if I fade this down. Interesting, interesting. I don't like that. Okay, so if I do this... Is that better? I don't know that it is. Wait a minute. There we go. But what if I do this? Nope, that does not look good at all. In fact... yeah, I think I'm getting too complicated for the amount of detail, or the amount of space I have to work with. By the way, cool stream. Again, I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Have you done any pixel art? Is this kind of thing your jam? I did. Cool. Like what kind of stuff do you like to do pixel art wise? Is that color? It is not that color. It is that color though. That, I kind of like that, actually. Go ahead and do it that way. Yes. Yes. I do think that's pretty cool. I'll fade that down some. I think that's gonna look okay. In all reality. I have characters and weapons, but I don't draw characters because I don't know how to do the shapes and I don't know anatomy. Yeah, that's fair. I do feel like characters, depending on what you want to draw, can be easier because of the way pixel art is. Like you can easily, like if you've ever drawn cartoons or what have you, I just come in here and start with a circle. Right? Give him some eyes. You kind of know what a body shape looks like. Yeah, his legs are already jacked up. Hey, want to make an animated show in pixel art? Oh yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I can definitely see that being a fun thing to work on. Give him some feet. feel like his hips are a little high. But yeah, the thing I like about pixel art is the fact that, you know, you don't need a whole lot of detail, so you don't have to get everything exactly right. You can get stuff close enough. And it works. Like, you know, I got a little dude. I could give him a hat. There, he's got a hat. Maybe another step up. And this song is just too much going on. There we go. Enjoy pixel art more than regular art. Yeah, well, you know, there's a lot of different kinds of art. And I don't know that you can, like, I've thought about it, and I don't know that pixel art is really its own style, per se, as much as it is it's a medium. And, you know, it's like the difference between pencil drawing, or charcoal drawing, or oil painting. You know, it's just a different medium. And a lot of the same rules apply. Like you were talking about anatomy earlier. It's like knowing anatomy is going to help you whether you're doing charcoal or pencil or pixel art. I'm getting too in the weeds. This is not this is not what I came here to do, but I'm having fun anyway. Nah, that's not what I wanted. There. Got ourselves a little guy. Or you want, I can show you my previous pixel art. Yeah, that'd be cool. Here, tell you what, give me just a second. I will link you to my Discord. I have a Discord. Come on, there we go. You should be able to join up there, and you can put some of your pixel art stuff in my pixel art channel. Just go to the server access channel and post your name in there, and I'll get you verified. I'm trying to be careful not to get super covered in bots. But yeah, I got a few people in there. I post pixel art and whatnot. I'm gonna get back to working on this thing because I got a little sidetracked with the little dude over here. Let's see. I'm gonna move this down by one. And then for now, I'm just gonna fill this in with that. Actually, you know what? I need to move this down one more. There we go. And then I'll fill this in on top here. Maybe that? Yes, I do believe so. Okay, so now I'm gonna copy this, but not only half of it. I don't remember which one of these sides is bigger. I think it's actually the other side. So in that case, I want all of this like that. Yes. Yes. There we go. That's cool. I like it. And I do think that I want to have that blocked in like that. It's either going to be that or this. And if I do that, I feel like that all needs to be like a so. Does that work? I feel like it does. I mean, it's an interesting looking pattern one way or the other. Let's see if that's that, and that's that. Yeah, but that's gonna blend in with that thing. That's the wrong color. How about that? Does that work? I feel like that works. Maybe it doesn't. Heyo. Yep, I see you in the chat there. Let me confirm you here. There we go. Get verified. Cool, yeah. I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I care for this at all. We're gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna do that with it. That's good enough. Good enough. Good enough for me. I'll just fill that in there. Fill that in there. Yeah, now this should tile easily betwixt all of these. So now all I gotta do is draw some blocks. So let's block those out. And do this in red to start with. So we're gonna leave this gap here because I want a gap between the blocks. And these are gonna be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we'll come down and do this color. Leave a gap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Leave a gap, and then 1, 2, 3, perhaps? And then another 3. And there'll be a gap at the bottom. I do believe that that should work. Yeah, that should work out. Okay, so going with our previous coloration here, we're just doing these. These need to stay semi-bright. I'm kind of feeling like I need to bring all of these colors up just because this needs to be slightly darker. But for now, by the way, can I post a link of my work? I have 14 of them. I mean, where are they hosted? What site do you have them on? And it'd be cool if you could post like at least a couple of them first. I'll figure something out. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying don't. Just feel like it'd be cool if you could... If you could post it, post some of the work in the chat. You know what? I think I am going to bring this all the way up. Maybe have only a little bit of dark in a couple of spots here. Then I can increase the size of this color. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Posted them. Ah, yes, I see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's nice. I see you've already got an understanding of, like, you've got light coming in from one side, and you've got a lot of contrast in the shadows and the bright, which really makes it stand out from a distance, especially. That's cool, man. I dig that. That's one of those things that I tend to get hung up on sometimes, is like forgetting to have stuff be extra bright. Because like you know, stuff's not really that bright. I don't want to overdo it, but then, you know, it does often look better with higher contrast. Yeah, I think it looks good. I don't know. Wait, no, this is... Yeah, just need to copy this whole thing. I do wonder if I should keep doing this nonsense between these two. Not there, that's for sure. Maybe just like this, and then slightly brighter up here. Negative. That's not going to work out. That's not going to work out at all. I need to improve. I mean, don't we all? I don't think... I think that no matter how good you get at pixel art, or any art, and no matter how good you get at art, there's always that feeling of, man, I wish I was better at it. Drawing shapes sounds dumb, but they are useful. Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't... Like, this other one I was, you know, with this one, I was, like, trying to do a circle. That's, like, basic art school, first class level stuff, and I'm like, no, I'd just rather not, thanks. But this was fun, doing the gems stuff. That was fun for me. But yeah, I don't like doing, like, was it still lifes? Definitely not my favorite thing. Hello, cat. Why can I not? Oh, I see. There we go. I have a cat who's crawling on my desk. Kitty, I need to work. I am making the things. And you are inhibiting me. How dare. Let's see. Actually, if I were to just take this as big as this is. And I can just move it right there. And just cut like half of it. Yeah, there we go. Kitty, I am attempting to do things. You know what? I think I need to be careful with this. And maybe I just fill this in. Someday I will be a cool animator dude working on YouTube. I mean, yeah. That sounds cool. Something we can all aspire to for sure. Honestly, like, I like pixel art and I like art. I don't know if it's what I really want to do, you know, for forever, personally. But if that's your dream, man, chase it. Okay, so this is my brightest color, which means that I can actually go... I need to not work on 3 different ones at the same time. Cool. There we go. Just gonna block this coloration out a little bit. Come up one more step. Yeah, there we go. I think that's what I need to do right there. Nice. Much better. Much better, I think. Be careful with how much I've got going on here. And having... Hey! Welcome! Welcome, Play Dungeon Mans. Thank you for the raid with 18 viewers. Welcome, everybody. We over here making some pixel art. Think you're how did your stream go? Oh, by the way, I've added a thing. I think this is the right one. That's right, Pixel Town, can't go wrong. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm working around a cat. I have a cat on my desk right now. Trying to work around and see what's going on. That did not work. Hang on. Why are you not working? I have a command for you, my man. I was ready, and then I wasn't. Where are we? PDNJ, JNMN. Yeah, there it is. Alright, anyway. Back to... Swoosh. Stream went okay, still sleeping weird, so I'm not on every day like I want to be, but closing in on fixing that. Okay, well, yeah, I hope you get that, I hope you're able to get that sorted out. PD, yeah, okay. I made my link here. Will that do it? Trigger it. Confound you. I'm so sorry. I am not prepared at all. Hey, there we go. Fine. Sorry about that. It finally worked. Finally came through. So what were you working on today? Did you get something accomplished that you had set out to do? I am over here trying to figure out how to do a pixel art dungeon tile. Just trying to do a wall. And, like, I like this wall that I've got going on over here, but it wasn't quite doing what I wanted it to, so I decided to go and take a look at some, like, Zelda dungeon style art, and now what I'm doing is, like, going from light to dark, from the top to the bottom, and making things smaller, and I think that that's working out. We'll see how it looks once I've got it done. The other big problem I'm running into is, like, I want to make it tileable. So I'm having to keep in mind that if I copy this and put it next to itself, does it still flow? So that's where I'm at. Oh, I need to update my follower goal. I didn't realize I had hit my 42 already. We are on the road to 50 followers. Get that sweet affiliate cash. For those of you who are just, for those of you who come in the raid, I made all the pixel art on screen. Make everything myself, except for obviously the picture of Zelda earlier, didn't make that. But, mostly doing pixel art these days. I do occasionally do some dungeon crawling, tactical, fantasy style games. I'm also live usually on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, but I missed yesterday because I wasn't feeling too great. So I decided to push it to today. That's not going to work out. So, to go back to getting my brain back in the space where we were working, I need to bring this down another step. So these blocks are not very wide at all, actually. This is probably not I should probably be looking at this one. This one's a bit wider. So it does look like there is a direct line here between these. So I shouldn't worry about making them any narrower. And these are only 2 blocks wide. Good gravy. All right. Something else I just noticed, too, is that down at the bottom, you can see that there's an actual dark line between the bricks, but here it fades up so that the brick color here is very close to the actual mortar color here. They don't just have a dark mortar between every single brick, which gives it this nice, at a distance, it gives it this nice rounded look. So that's definitely something I can try to emulate as well. Also, I don't know why I never noticed this, but the walls are purple. How odd. The walls are purple and they're not stone colored. So that's also something that I can try to emulate. As it stands right now, though, I only need about half of this, I think. Move this here. I've got one too many blocks. That's okay, though. Don't need that. There we go. Probably ought to make this a bit shinier. Something like that, I think. So if this is my brightest color here, I move a step down, that becomes my brightest color for the next block. And also, yeah, there we go. Wait a minute. Is that what I'm doing? I think that is what I'm doing. Yeah, there we are. Okay, so we're going to come all the way down to the bottom color here, shade these corners in. I don't know if I want to do the whole edge, and actually, this is... wait a minute. This doesn't feel right. Something is off. That's what's wrong. There we go. So that could actually be this way. That's better. Okay. So, and we color up. I'm gonna bring this all the way over. And I need to do the thing where I don't actually try to color both of these at the same time. As I color both of them at the same time. But yeah, I think I'm not going to be able to do a whole lot more down here on these. Ah, what in the world? No, stop that. I'm just going to copy this. Why do I don't need to keep coloring it. Maybe I do fill in this corner though. Maybe with just a lighter color. That will probably look fine. I'm gonna go ahead and color that back in that way, though. Yeah, okay, so now we've got this. Let's not move that, let's copy it. Let's copy only about half of it. Copy that whole thing. And then about half of this. What in the world? Good enough. Okay. So yeah, I think then we color this in darker. Just one shade. Or I just commit to being this color. I could try and use some stippling here. Stippling? Not stippling. Dithering. To make it look darker. It's not really dithering, though. Not exactly. Yeah, okay. This is gonna look okay. Wrong button. Wrong button. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this guy. So now, we finally got a tile. We can tile it. Yeah, hell, look at that. How cool is that nonsense? That looks like... Man, that actually does look like a... looks like somebody who knows what they're doing. Made that. This is obviously the wrong color now. Now that I've done all this, I can fill that in, though. I can solve that problem. Let us, actually... Let's use this color here. Is it that color? Yes. And then we will uncontiguous and fill all this in. Yeah, there we go. That is kind of neat. I'm glad that that worked out the way that I wanted it to. So now that I have done this, the next step would be move this guy over here. And what I need to do is cut it in half, basically. Nope, just right like that. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay, I see how this is gonna work, I think. So if I've got this working like that, basically I still need to have that selected. We're gonna copy this, bring it down here for a second, and then we want to shift it vertically, shift it horizontally. Nope. Nope. How do I... I want to flip it that way, and then I want to rotate it. Rotate canvas? No, rotate 90 degrees clockwise. There we go. Cool. Right, so then, again, taking a nod from the thing we have already done, we're going to draw a dark line up here, and then I think that it basically broadens out closer to the top. At least a little bit. I can't really tell which one of these is supposed to be. Like that one will be across. Yeah, I feel like that's right. So something like that. But anyway, then we're going to select these. That did put it underneath it. Or did it? No, I don't think it did. I think I goofed. You know what? I don't... there we go. We're just going to do it this way. We're at about here. I think we'll do a double wide. Yeah, okay, we're right there. Come all the way up. And then we'll just do it wider up here too. This is not equivalent. These are not the same. That is how that would be. Why do I feel like this is way off? I do not understand. No, that just doesn't look good at all. Big on you! Probably just need to mesh that together somehow more better. Let's undo all of these. And I say all of them. Just have it be one line. Yeah. That is the wrong color. I want that color. Okay, cool. So, now that I've done that, and I don't need this one anymore. That looks good-ish. Look good enough, at the very least. It definitely gives you the feel that I'm going for. Sorry for zooming in and out on everybody. Okay, so I just move this. If I could grab the whole thing, that would be better. Move this bad boy down here. Copy that, put it over here. Flip it. Flip it, clip it. And just for fun, let's 1, 2, 3, and put it 4. Flip it vertically. Flip that horizontally. Yes. Did I miss a block? I did miss a block. 1 pixel off. Not that. Cool. Copy it again. We're gonna rotate it. We actually don't need the full thing. We'll just put this over here. Put that bad boy over there. Nope, we're gonna select. Let's go ahead and just select everything except the bit we don't need. Just move that here. Copy that. Flip it horizontally. There, look at that. That is off. Why does that look off? That is definitely not the... Oh, I see. Okay, just because the way that the side... the corner piece meshes, it has widened out this one bit. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Still, though, this looks nice. I like it. And then we can actually just take this color and fill that in for fun. That's not how I wanted that to go. Contiguous? There we go. Look, now you're in a dungeon room. How cool is that? I'd say it's pretty heckin' cool. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. So what I need to do is actually put this on its own... put this in its own space. And have all of these separated out. Okay, so if I start this here, for example, I want that, but I also want one of those that's rotated. That is flipped. From the original way I had it, anyway. I guess that's another good question. Should I be... Yeah, okay, so yeah, you can tell that right here the shading is backwards. So really what I should do is take one of these, cut it, do it the opposite direction. I think. Because the way it is, this piece here meshes with this wall. But then this piece here meshes with this wall, but not this one. Unless... Unless. Also, this bothers me. I'm gonna have to edit the corner piece. Yeah, I think I just gotta edit the corner piece because I don't like the way that it... meshes. Is that the full thing? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, so what needs to be fixed here? This is a perfectly even diagonal cut. And that is the problem. Also the fact that this is flipped. So can I fix this easily? You know, I wonder. Let's try and cut this in half again. That's where I went wrong. Okay, I see now. So all I did was take this same piece. This is literally the same piece shoved together on top of itself. That's part of the reason why this looks not good. Okay, so actually... I think there is a way to do this, and I'm like on the cusp of figuring it out. Basically, I think it's going to involve taking this same piece, or rather this. Actually, I think I might have it. It's going to be this. Like that. Nope. Maybe not on that piece, but that I think is this. I think that is the correct idea. It's going to basically be this. I've got this wall that I have fully turned one direction. Let me copy this over. And flip it, not horizontally, vertically. So now they're all going the same direction. Or whether they're going a consistent-ish direction. Ah, that does not look good. Those do not quite line up. So how do I fix that problem in particular? All right. Whoops. Copy that. I was messing with my goals. Yo, yo, yo. Where is my follower goal? There we are. Much better. Okay, so I think what I need to do is basically just sort of hand jam this. Like, that looks about right, but it's not. It's close, though. It's a pixel off. So what I think needs to happen here is basically take the whole thing, move it down, and shave off a pixel. Although, no, because that's not gonna work. It looks like it should, though. But now I've got this, what the center pixel was here is also missing from this side. Well, no, because if it's a corner piece, it can match up. So if I delete that, for example, and then I move this out of my way. Yeah, it looks funky, but I see. If I make one of these like this, why did that not work? I want this to move. Yeah, I'm on the right layer. I don't understand. Okay, that's working. I just want this one line of pixels, man. Give me the one line. Yeah. So if I take that, and then I take this whole square, I make a copy of it so that I don't mess with the original, and then I rotate it. Rotate it counterclockwise 90 degrees. This will fit there-ish? Yeah. Yeah, that does work. And then this piece, basically put this back over here. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect tileable situation. It's close though. And then if I take the, wrong button. I take this dark color, and I'm iffy about whether or not I should be cutting between these two like this. Oof, that does not look good. Why is that not? Does not, if I shift. Yeah, I'm not, I don't know. I feel like the line kind of helps, but at the same, yeah. I don't know. I do not know. I don't know what the answer is to fix this problem. That almost works. I think I'm getting to that point that I should be taking a break. Probably should have taken a break like half an hour ago. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break, get my eyes off of this thing, come back to it, and keep working. So, y'all just hang out for a bit. I will be right back. Okay, so I'm still taking a break from looking at the thing, but I wanted to sort of talk through my idea here. So the whole reason I'm doing these dungeon tiles, well, I say the whole reason. One of the reasons why I'm doing these dungeon tile things is because I would like to make a living doing the art thing. And you can sell those dungeon tiles to people who are trying to make games. You know, you got a whole bunch of stuff like this, sell them for like $2 or $3, and then you can put them in their games. So that's cool. But the other reason that I would like to be able to do this, other than, I guess the additional start off reason is that it's fun and I like making art. Which I hope I don't get to the point where I'm making art just because I feel like I have to. Man, that would suck. Anyway, I would also like to be able to use these for actual like D&D dungeons. I think that would be super legit. Mostly my group plays Theater of the Mind, but I think having something that is relatively easy to throw together, like a bunch of different tileable stuff, in this style, would be a lot of fun. It would really help. You know, and especially, I kind of want to also do, once I get a little better at doing characters, I think it'd be a whole lot of fun to do some work on basically making a tile or a sprite rather for each class in D&D. And I don't just play D&D, I play other game styles, but like, if nothing else, having a sprite for every class in D&D would cover most of the bases, even if you're playing a fantasy style game in a different system. You know, like Pathfinder is the sort of obvious next idea. But like, you know, I know Pathfinder has like what, 30 or 40 classes. I'm not talking about second edition. I haven't played any of that. But if you make a sprite that is a generalized representation for each class in D&D, you're going to cover most of the fantasy tropes. I do think that the alchemist is somewhat missing from D&D as a concept. So, might need to do something specific with that. A wizard kind of fills that role, but not really. Aside from that, though, the other stuff would be like sci-fi. Also in a Star Wars game right now. And so like having a version of this that's tileable to make a ship out of would be kind of cool. But anyway, talking about characters though. Yeah, like doing something sci-fi / cyberpunk. One problem you run into there is that you don't have as many easy archetypes. Alright, like basically you've got soldier, hacker, cyborg? Maybe that's about it. And I mean, anything else that's sort of in between might fit one of those categories, depending on how you think of soldier. That could include cyborgs, for example. I guess you got your, like, infiltrator, rogue type character, but that could be a hacker too, depending on, you know, what you're looking at. Robots, droids, depending on your genre. Anyway, I guess my next step, I'm still working on dungeon tiles, aside from doors. You know, you can do a bunch of stuff, but like doors and ladders is another thing that is needed. And I didn't think to check and see if these tiles actually scale via different levels together. I don't think that they would, to be honest. I'd need a different wall section. Anyway, I think that's enough. I think that's enough jaw-jacking specifically about that. gonna go back into it. Okay. Man, that does look good. I think that looks quite good. It's, it definitely fits the vibe that I'm going for. I believe I have made a mistake, actually, by doing what I have done here. Since that is that way, let me undo what I have done with a square. Beep boop. Right there? Yeah. And now it's water. And I think I can just fill with transparency. There we go. All right. So I'm still not 100% sure about how I want to do this corner. But I am gonna fill this in here. Or replace that, rather. Yeah. Okay, so that does bring up the interesting problem that this corner is only good for this wall? Let's see if I can do another wall too. If I shift it this way and this way. Nope, that is exactly wrong. Well, no, it's not exactly wrong. It really depends. Because I think I could shift this horizontally. Not horizontally, vertically. That's what I wanted. No? Well, I see. Yeah. That's not the one I need to move. So if I use this here. Ah, that is a problem. That does not work that way. Because the way that this is, it doesn't mesh up. It needs to be one that direction that way and one that direction that way. No, actually, no, that's not true. That is not correct. Because this is off anyway, which means that this one is off. So, in that instance, in that case, I think what I can do is just move that way. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, okay. No. Well. Yeah, no, it still doesn't work. Rebel. So let's see here. I need that one central bit there to make that fit. However, to make this one little piece here fit. However, now the light is going the wrong direction. Okay. I think I know what I need to do. I need to be careful and start all over. Well, not all over per se, but let's separate these out. Here is my primary tile. This is the basis for everything I've built. This is the corner tile that works. Or seems to. Now, if I can grab only the pieces that matter. Nope, not that. Yeah, like that. So because of the way that this, if I flip this, it won't work. It won't work either way because this corner here does not have this central piece, central dot, and this one does not either, which means that the wall that abuts up next to it in both directions needs to have that. So this can only be the corner piece for the top left wall. Which means I will need unique tiles. Yeah, I think it means I'll need unique tiles for each corner. So like the far corner is going to have to include this specific piece. So if I take this, just copy it over here, and I flip it. I'm gonna have to cut and build completely new pieces, I think. Which doesn't sound appealing at all, just because of the way that this thing plugs together. The only other option would be to build this kind of wall and say that this is half of the left, like this is only the left side of the wall. For example, if it was up here, like until you get to the midway point, it's gonna have to split in the middle, right? Because this can all fit together, and then it splits in the middle and becomes the other side once you get to a certain spot. It still didn't work. It could be one of those things that's like so minor as to be irrelevant. That nobody will care about but me. But I feel like it's not. Like, that needs to fit together like that. Or needs to be able to, anyway. Okay, so let's cut this the other way then. I think that's the play. I think that is the way that it has to be. No, it's gonna be... If this is the receiving end and it's coming in this way, we're gonna have to cut it diagonally that way. Like so. So now that will match up with whatever runs into it. Copy this. Get over here. Rotate. Rotate. Clockwise. And then we cut it. I'm just gonna go ahead and cut this to match. There we go. Now, does that work? Negative, it does not. Only because I'm missing this bottom line here, so... I'm gonna copy that, actually. Yeah, if I push that up that way... Good enough. It almost works. In a way. Go ahead and bring this up to here. Alright, so now this wall going this way will match up here. Any walls that are on this right side, if as long as the light faces up, they'll mesh here. That means, if I'm reading this correctly, that means that this piece, I can just flip it and use it on the bottom. And then the same thing here. I can use this in its diagonal as well. And then all four of these fit together perfectly. Because I got the... was it southwest and northeast corner both have this central dot on the top stone. And the northwest and southeast don't. So as long as my walls are correct, those will match. So if I move this one step over and one step down, the same with these bad boys. If I plug a wall in here, this should fit. Or it should be able to be put together without much fuss. Let's move this over here. Alright, and this is an east wall. Right, it's an east wall. Well, no, it actually shouldn't matter. It's not an east wall at all. It's completely incorrect. That is not the right way for that to work at all. I'm completely wrong. Grrr. Well, either way, let's go back to this. This is a north wall. The north wall functions perfectly. Does it function as a south wall? It does not. Wait, no, it does. You just gotta flip it both ways. Perfect. So this is completely incorrect. This wall is not gonna work at all because the side of the corners that it matches up with, the light's going the wrong direction. The light's going down on the left, the light's coming, or it's on the top on the right. So if I move this here, the top stones match up, the lighting on the wall is not correct. So I think the answer might be to just flip the bottom section. Huh? Not quite, I think. No, that is a full-on dark line. Yeah, okay, so I need to do this the other way. Alright, we can do this. Let's undo that. Let's just grab everything beneath it. This is probably not gonna work. I think that worked. In actuality, I think that did work. So if I copy this, put it over here, flip it. No, very much not. Wait. Fred. Okay, so this does work here. What's wrong with it here? By Shift H, Shift V. Oh, right. Yeah, that does work. It does, in fact. Okay, so I got my corners. We making dungeons, kitty. Yes, indeed. We are agonizing over minor details to make things tile. Because these didn't quite match up, and I had these one little pixel line off, and it just didn't, it made me unhappy. So I'm trying to fix that here, and I've almost got it. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. So if I copy this guy, and then I flip him, and I flip him again, this should work. This should fit here. Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. So, and I doed it again. All right, so I'm gonna grab this guy. Wrong button. Wrong button. Flip, flip. Dungeon Randomator and Dungeon Creator program win. Well, a couple steps. All I have is a wall right now. I don't even have doors or ladders or anything else. So once I have wall tiles, floor tiles, doors, ladders, potentially traps, and other minutia, I then need to make like 15 different versions of those. And so I have stone wall, I have sandstone wall. No, you provide the monsters yourself. I ain't doing that. Make a sandstone wall, make an ice wall, make all of the different tiles. You know, like I say, 15 different versions of all the same thing. Then we can randomize a dungeon. You missed the raid earlier, but I think anybody coming from the previous raid will have some inkling as to how difficult making a dungeon randomize itself can be. It's especially difficult if you have no experience programming like I do. You don't need those for randomizing unless you want the stone constantly changing. Well, yeah, but you do need the randomization to put the walls and floor, one, in a random pattern, but two, in a way that still makes, makes a usable product. Also, I'll need a mimic version of everything. Yeah, I think Caves of Khud has it where mimics can be just the wall. Walking along, all of a sudden the wall attacks you because it itself is actually a mimic. But alright, I think that I've got all of this wall done. Corner pieces being mimic would be even worse. Well, depending on whether or not you can attack diagonally. If you and they can't attack diagonally, it will not matter. And Actually, I think I want to put these below... Yeah, I want to put the corner pieces beneath the wall tiles. And so I think if I do that and that, that is the inverse tile. And I am going to put these beneath each other, just as a matter of consistency, I think. There. And I don't need that anymore. I don't really need this anymore. So yeah, this is what it looks like. The other thing I didn't think about was that I was talking about earlier but have not yet implemented, is I don't know how well these stack. I'm willing to bet that they really don't. Actually, before I do that nonsense, I want a copy of this, not the actual tile. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking, does this work if I cover up? Nope, I grabbed the wrong tile. Or grabbed the wrong set of pixels. Let's see here. No, that doesn't, I mean, it could look worse. That could look a lot worse. Unfortunately, my reference image only has one level to it. I've had about enough of this song, actually. Alright, Let's see if I grab this guy. Yeah, that really could look a lot worse. It definitely works together a lot better than I was anticipating it working. What? Oh, I see. Well, it just doesn't fit together at all. How far would I have to move this over to make it really line up? Far enough that it's largely irrelevant. Alright, I'm just goofing off at this point. I think you get the idea. It kind of does what I want it to do. I don't need all of this jazz. In fact. But yeah, these work. The only thing I need now... Well, I say the only thing I need now. Well, several things, actually, on the list of to-do. I like these. And they're basically all I've gotten done today. But I need a wall, a door, or not a wall, I need wall variations. So like I've got this, but I need one where, you know, a brick is shoved in, or bricks are broken, or there's like something peeking through it, something like that. Like, I think one thing that would be fun would be to have like a little bit like this. Maybe but then like I need this color, but like way desaturated. That's fun. I like that. Or maybe even like sort of an orange color. Hey, Rob Art, welcome. We're doing some dungeon tiles today. I'm messing up the thing that I made. Let me undo all that jazz. Yeah, alright. So anyway, how's your day going, man? I have spent a lot of time just making these function and fit together. It's been a pain in the butt. Just the usual. Well, how's the usual? As it stands right now, I am attempting to make dungeons in the style of Legend of Zelda, The Link to the Past. Drawing and chilling. Same. This song is a bop. I like it. I originally started off trying to do a corner with this thing, but it did not look good at all. So I just decided to cut a tile I'd already made in half and plug it together. Which is, you know, where I'm at now. So I've got 8 tiles that work pretty well together. All the rest of this is kind of just proof of concept, making sure it actually fits. They don't stack on top of each other at all. But other than that, I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, it could be worse. I'm reading a book. Like I just got it. Okay? And what is that book that you are reading? You know, that does actually look alright. Surprisingly enough, that looks okay. I'm gonna undo that before I mess with it too much. I think what I need to do now is, well, first off, I want to take this whole border, because I like this. I like what I've done with this. Sorry for the zoom in and zoom out, guys. Guys and girls. I'm gonna copy that and put it down here. A man named Ove. I like that the translation I can give you from my language to English. So it's auto-translating like the title of the book? If so, that is actually pretty cool. That is cool beans. What's this? Oh, I lined that up perfectly. How cool. Weird, but okay. Now, of course, I want to move all of this away from the edge that I just put in. Let's see. It's a cool book. I'm at page 16. I thought it was 1G. Man, I've been looking at text too much. I've been looking at the screen too long. 16, now 430. Okay. So, like, what's it about? Is there a way to make this work? I don't know if there is. Wait, I've already done this once. This is completely useless, what time-wasting nonsense that I'm about to engage in. But, I'm gonna do it anyway. Because ain't nobody gonna stop me. Is that actually the corner I need? That is literally not even the corner I need. There we go. No, it doesn't even let me go diagonally and maintain the diagonal. Is it this one? No. Ah, crud. What have I done? Ah, that's the problem. I was cutting it on the wrong diagonal. I was like, this does not look like it's gonna work. That'll do. A man named Ove. Like, literally, Ove is an old man that hasn't got used to the technology thing. Like, in the first chapter, he's literally having arguments with someone that works at Apple because his tablet doesn't have a keyboard. Story of how it will change over the time and become from a grumpy man to a nice person. Okay. Sounds like a very, very modern story. It includes tablets. (2015). I mean, you know, 2015's modern-ish. I think I was just having a conversation yesterday about a cartoon from 2012 being old or not. It's not that old. That was my take anyway. There we go. Again, I am just wasting time here. Cool. Didn't need all that, but I have it now. No, is that old, like, if a show passed like 20 years, then you can definitely call it old. Yeah. Yeah. Like 10, I mean, I think it also has a little bit to do with, you know, how old is the person talking about it? Because the person talking about it is like, you know, 15 years old, and something 15 years old sounds like something that came out when they were, you know, the year they were born or something. That's gonna sound like it's kind of old. Or it could. Move all this stuff out of my way. I don't need these at all. Gonna move all these up to my corner. Right there. And the rest of this is, again, unnecessary. And I'm gonna turn these on. So I can make sure I grab the right spot. Die. I've seen shows that are older than me. I still enjoy them. Because old shows are just something. What do you mean they're just something? Or you mean like they're really something? sure if I'm going to keep this or not. I like the tile, but I don't know if I'm going to have any use for it. I'm going to put it over here for now. Yeah. All right, cool. So, I agree. I also like watching older shows. Depends on the show, I guess. You know, I think just because it's, and obviously, you know, just because something's old doesn't make it good or bad. But it can resonate with you. One thing that is jarring to some people, for sure, is the techniques of filmmaking have definitely changed. So the language that people use... I better not mess with that, actually. The language that people use to tell the same kind of story to communicate with a different audience has changed since film has grown and matured over time. So, alright, I've got these, what is it, 16? No, this is 16. Yeah, I've got 32 by 32 tiles. Maybe I have made a mistake. I don't know if these are actually useful. That's something I probably should have checked on, to be honest. So my initial idea with making these, one, I want to make like a, I want to make a set of tiles that I can use for, goodness, that is loud. Stop that. I want to make a set of tiles that I can use for D&D or some other kind of game like D&D to put together a dungeon or, you know, some kind of battle mat. I think that would be cool. But my other goal, the more pressing one, is you can put these on like as tile sets. You can put them on various websites like Itch.io or whatever. Itch.io? I think that's the one. Anyway, you can use them as tile sets and people can buy them and then use them in their game. And they will give you money, which is exchanged for goods and services. But in this case, I have neglected to even bother to check and see if this will fit the style. Because I don't know if there is a game that uses 32 by 32 tiles. Hopefully there is. Old shows give that vibe. I mean, what vibe of childhood? Okay, I guess I get that. I would say, though, it depends on the show. Like, if it's a show that you watched when you were a kid and it has some kind of nostalgia for you, absolutely. Doesn't really matter the show, it's going to give you that sort of same nostalgic feeling. But, like, if I go watch a show that was on... that I've never seen before, that was on, you know, back in the, what, 70s or something, I could have a really cool friendly show, I could have a really gory violent show, depending on what it is. And those would feel very different, I think. Now the question is, what do next? I think I know what do next. I think next do make a door. So I get like a that. We're gonna put a door in here somehow. So let's go back to our reference image. So this is like coming out and it looks like it curves with the coloration of the wall, which is pretty cool. This is also stairs, which we're not gonna be doing. But it does get wider by about, it goes up like 2 and 3. I think it actually follows the shaping of the wall. So let's turn this back on so that we know where our boundaries are. Door cannot be wider than this. And since this is the top of the wall, we should probably have it stop about here. Okay, and well, I mean, this works. Screw it. I don't know what my actual parameters for using these in a game is, so I'm just gonna make it up as I go. All right. Let's do this in this color. And I can mirror this. Right there. Okay, cool. I think that works for now. There was this show called Third Rock from the Sun, made in '96, and it was a comedy show live. Yeah, I've seen. I remember watching it, some of it. Not. I didn't watch a ton of it when it was airing. Wasn't really my jam. You know what, that probably should bring this around like this. What was your jam? Okay, so goodness. Yeah, no, it's with a J. You had it right the first time. And you were correct, English is hard. Man, wow, was it 96? It was definitely airing after that. I was really young at the time. But, so I have an older brother, and he was into stuff like, I'm gonna color this into. He was into some anime stuff, which I have grown away from personally. I like a lot of that older anime, though. I say older. It was new at the time, but I still have a nostalgia for that, and I can't watch anime anymore because it's so different now. So very different now. At least it feels different to me. Yeah, like... actually, I think I need to fill this in this way. Like, Ghost in the Shell and Trigun is, like, my favorite show of all time. I know it's not the best show of all time, but it is my favorite. But that's because that was, like, one of the first really cool shows that I watched all the way through. Not exactly on my own, but kinda. That does not look good, I think. That does not look good. We're gonna figure it out, though. We're gonna make this work. Yeah, like, Trigun is one of those shows that I can watch. I can literally just, at any point, stop, pick up an episode anywhere in the middle of it, and I can have a good time. I can enjoy myself. So I think what I need to do here... Sorry, I'm trying to... Maybe I should just make a door. Would that be smart? Because I'm kind of trying to make like a doorway right now. Wrong line. Wrong thing. So, alright, so if that's that, then I go one up here, right? Hey, Lazy Jacob, long time no see. Welcome, welcome. How have you been? You caught us just in time to start talking about old shows. And, whether they're good or not. No, I kid. I grew up with the show Two and a Half Men. Friends, and I got into older shows. Yeah, I was, personally, I was already past wanting to, or I was never into wanting to watch that kind of show. Oh, so let me show you what we've been doing, Lazy Jacob. Made some dungeon tiles. This was a pain in the butt, making this corner piece. But, as it stands, it's working pretty well. I am now trying to make a door that that fits in with this styling. And is kind of vaguely, you know, Legend of Zelda inspired. Malcolm in the Middle, though. You know, again, that's one of those shows I never really watched. I think at the time Malcolm in the Middle was airing, I was way more into video games than anything else. You know what? I kind of want to have this fade all the way into black, I think. Or is that going to be too dark? I don't think so. I think I'm going to bring this forward one, though. Let's do this. And then we'll go down one. Not really sure. True, to be honest, I only started watching them because my console broke or ran out of batteries. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. Like, so, that's another thing, too. I didn't have, like, cable television or satellite or anything like that growing up. So, I didn't really get to watch a lot of that kind of TV. Does that look better? I don't know. I feel like this is getting worse. No! I say unto thee. Be gone, bot. Spent a lot of times on video games and still feel like I've watched a ton of TV. I mean, that's fair. Does that look good? I don't know. I don't think it does. I don't. Back to the reference. What are you guys doing? It's less of a stark jump between the two. And this is a JPEG anyway. It's PNG, but I feel like this is not the actual way things were. These are not the correct pixels. It feels wrong. A lot of Stargate when that was on. Yeah, I know my dad watched some of that. So I watched a little bit of that as well. I am going the wrong way with this, actually. Go that way. Get darker towards the edge. Something like that, I think, kind of works. Maybe a little bit, maybe not. Haven't seen any good pixel art of me. Can you change that? Luna, welcome, coming in from YouTube. Luna, you may be excited to learn you are my first non-bot response from YouTube. At least from somebody who wasn't already on Twitch. But in all reality, I can't change that because I don't have any idea what you look like. And I think I want to move this. I want to undo. Let's stop mirroring for a second. We're going to put this shine over on the left-hand side. Like about there. That's already like that. Sounds super sad. But why? Why 4 is that sad? Which Zelda is that, by the way, Link to the Past? Yes, yes, Lazy Jacob, it is, in fact, Link to the Past. The dungeon sequence. Only at one point a channel starts... One point a channel starts showing American shows. Oh, hell of a boss, yeah. I haven't watched any of that. Some of my friends are really into it. Or at least really liked it when it came out. But yeah, I haven't watched any of it myself. It's the wrong color. Sad that you get no one on YouTube. Oh, well, yeah. So here's the thing. YouTube is awful as far as discoverability goes for live streamers. It's absolutely not good. Not good at all. But from my understanding, it's where live streaming is going. So I'm on it. At least until, you know, Twitch says, hey, sign an affiliate contract, and then you can't stream on any other platform anymore. Because that's how that works, unfortunately. I was saying that cable television was something special in my country at the time when I grew up. Okay. They get their streams on YouTube. I know, right? I was watching somebody the other day that was talking about how, like, just to try and find a stream on YouTube, they had to, like, it was buried way deep. You know what? I don't like this. I'm gonna put some other colors in here just because I think it looks like garbage being all the same color. I might make the door brown or something in the end. Only remember when I get a notification of someone you're sub to started a stream. Yeah. Let me focus on this for just a second. Maybe we got something going on. That might be too saturated by comparison, but we'll futz around with it. There are streams on YouTube still? Yes. So Robert, I'm using Restream to stream on both YouTube and Twitch. So far, that is the thing that I am attempting to do. I don't know if it's worth it yet. I'm probably gonna stop doing that at some point, though, just because, you know, it's almost not worth it. I am kind of wondering if I should do this kind of nonsense. Nope, nope, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just roll that all back. Gotta go now, but I'll return because your art is really good. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Luna. All custom sprites. Yes, everything you see on the screen, I made myself. Including all the stuff here, but also the border and the characters and whatnot. But yeah, hope to see you back again. Thank you for stopping in. That was my dog, if y'all heard that. She's doing a yawn. Let's see. Dude, they deleted the unlike button. This point, just delete the like button as well, keep the views. Yeah, right? Like, what's the point of a like button if there's no dislike button? If I can't not like it, why would I bother liking it? Let's see. I think... And that was my dog flapping her ears. Because that's the thing she does sometimes. Eh. No, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Get the doggy. Oh, she gets pets. She might try to convince you otherwise, but she definitely gets pets. Nobody even bothers with a dislike anymore. So it ups the videos getting recommended to peeps. Yeah. As usual, the best thing to come out of the situation is the memes. Right. Yeah, no. Definitely agreed. I think that is the same color it basically is. I don't think that this door knows where the heck it's going. Tell you what. Like that. It is in fact the darkest. I just need to blend this together, I think. Meh. It's a thing. It looks alright. I don't think it looks like it's supposed to. The border looks good. I love all the me learning X now that YouTube removed the dislikes. Yeah. Me before YouTube removed the dislike button. Me after YouTube removed dislike button. Does that need to be that way? I don't think it does. I like how my mates are slamming messages about, Rob, did you study for the biology exam? Rob, did you do your assignment in English? Meanwhile, I'm like, let me watch... Leave me the heck alone! I'm trying to have a good time. I think that if I can hit the right buttons, I think that the dark line between these two works pretty well. I do want to see how this works out. So if I take this and just like bring these down like so. I don't think that works better. But I'm not really sure how to fix it. Don't worry, I study and I did my assignment. It's like, oh, so you did your homework, huh? So you've done homework, huh? Name one answer. Totally don't need to know this for myself or anything. Totally don't have the same homework as you. Let's see, that's one step up there, one step up there. I don't know, y'all. I feel like this door is, the interior of the door feels like it's kind of a lost cause. You know what? Actually, I say that. It's already that color. I need that one. Where's the handle, though? It's not. It's a doorway, alright? Fine. Sue me. Does that work? I feel like that does work. If I cover up this half of the door. Down here it gets a little murky. But up here, it kind of works, especially if I zoom out. How does it look at a distance? I feel like one of the problems is that the wall feels like it has a certain angle to it, and the door is a different angle, or at least the interior of the door. Like, I need more, needs more floor. Like, if I look at this thing, I mean, obviously these are stairs leading up, but you can tell how this follows the same curve as the wall does. So let's go back. Let's try something. I have an idea. Let's see, if we're starting with this shape here, let's go up and up and up and then over one. Let's bring it all the way to here. Bring this over here. And that's one step down. Bring that all the way there. Take one more step down and like that. But then we're going to do one step further. We're going to try and blend these in. At least a little bit. Okay, no, that doesn't work. But how do fix? Nope, not like that. Maybe that. Who knew pixel art would be so hard, even if I'm just watching? I mean, if you were to watch somebody who knew what the hell they were doing, you might have a little bit better luck. Oh, man. I don't know. I feel like I need a harder line here. No, not that. Let's see, two there, two there, two there, two there. Cut those in two, maybe? Typing on my phone, my keyboard is changing from main language to second language. Romana English and Spanish. Type something and I got a totally different word. Yeah, I feel that, but only a little bit. I don't often try to type in a different language. Does that kind of that, I mean, at a distance, I feel like that does work. It still looks like it's a staircase leading down, but I feel like it works. I wonder how much of this, the more I cut out here. I also kind of wonder. I'm just gonna delete slowly more until it's just a black box here. I mean, that definitely gets the idea across. You can definitely tell that that's an entry point. That's a door-ish thing. Now I'm looking at it, and the other thing I'm thinking I could do... You know what? Let's copy this. Let's copy this bad boy. I have a hashtag idea. So, instead of trying to do this nonsense, let me see here. Let me grab this tool. That is not what I want to do at all. Okay, so let's just do it this way. Okay, we're just gonna copy this guy across like this. This is gonna make the door really, really narrow for a second. But I think I have an idea that will be serviceable. You know what? I'm just gonna drag this all the way down. So just as an example here, let me show you what I'm thinking. Funny how my classmates ask me, how did you learn English? You're so good at English. Oh boy, what is your secret? Watch a movie without subtitles and play video games. Yeah, I also tried to learn a second language at one point, and that was basically... Except for the video games part, my teachers all recommended watching videos or watching movies. Okay, this does tell me that my angle is kind of off here. What was the second language you wanted to learn? Oh, I was learning Chinese for a while. Mandarin. I wasn't much good at it. Yeah. It was an interesting challenge. That same color? No, that is that color. Wait a minute. No, I didn't want to select two colors. Yeah, there we go. You know what? It's just painful. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where you just gotta memorize a bunch of stuff. I mean, that is a thing that you have to do. That's not the only thing you have to do, but that is a thing you have to do. We're just gonna put that just like that. Ah, that's better. That's much better. I like that a lot. Like how for American two languages something is amazing. European, three languages and now going for a fourth one seems very normal. Yes, well, as we discussed last time on stream, if for example, you live within a couple of hours of a completely different language than you, and the entire, the entirety of the people there speak nothing but that language. Acquiring a new language isn't that much of a big deal. I say that it's still hard, obviously, but it's a lot more of a accessible thing. When everybody within 1,000 miles of you all speaks English, it's a little bit more difficult to pick up a new language. Does this work? Negative. That does not work at all. Let's see. Let's put that guy back on. Nope, that's not wide enough. True, but like, take it like this. If I go to a country where I don't know the language, I have 3 languages that will help me. A lot of European countries place a lot of weight on multilingualism in education. Yeah, that's something that America does not do very much. Like, I know in high school I had to take Spanish, and I remember enough of it to kinda get by. But like, I can't have a conversation with somebody in Spanish. Really can't graduate school in mine if you don't know too. Yeah. And I know that a lot of Americans complain about that. Not enough to really make that much of a difference. But a lot of Americans complain about how difficult it is to become multilingual in this country. Learned Spanish from my grandparents. Yeah, it really does help if you have a family member. Also. We did it, boys. A door. Learned English to be able to play video games. You see, that somewhat surprises me, because, like, I would have figured that, localization... I know that localization is a thing, so I would have figured that that would be a lot more accessible. Like, to the point that you wouldn't need to. Wasn't that popular back when I was growing up. I remember struggling with some RPGs as a kid. Oh my goodness, yeah, like RPGs would be the worst. Yeah, that's the color. Then the next one down is that. I just black this all in, undoing everything that I just did a second ago. Would have been better nowadays, I imagine. Yeah, I think most major languages, however you want to quantify that, are supported in worldwide releases. Really, I think. I mean, I guess it does kind of depend on where you get your games from. If you're just grabbing random games off the internet, they're probably not gonna, like Steam or something. They're not as likely to be supported in whatever local language unless there's a mod. Bless you, dog. For you have sneezed. Nope, not like that. Hate that I forget that I am colorblind. Why? Is something I'm doing here throwing you? Ah, goodness, this is not working at all. I don't like any of this at all. Goodness, that's even better than what I had. Red-green color blindness. Nothing there to confuse me. Okay. Well, good. Oh, man, I think I'm about done with this. This door looks awful, and this door looks better. I mean, now that I've taken a minute to not look at it for a second, this door looks a lot better. It's still not great. I don't love it. But it's not as bad as I thought. This is not working at all, so I'm just gonna... Let me just make one little alteration here. There, that's perfect. Great. Fantastic. I love it. So, yeah, we got those done. I do like... This does have this nice little shine to it. Like, it darkens up here, and it sort of catches the light here a little bit. Where it's a bit more subtle on the left side. And imagine how bad it is for me to drive. Red and green are two major colors. Yeah. I mean, you can still tell though, right? Like, most traffic lights have the go light on the bottom and the stop light on the top. It's when you get into those traffic lights that have more than 3 or 4. Oh man, that reminds me. In my driving test, for me to first get my driver's license, I had studied the driving book for weeks, right, just to get it right. And there was a question on the test, which was just on computer. You know, it was a multiple choice question. It was like this weird freaking 4-way light thing, right? It's like a single light fixture thing, traffic signal that was facing 4 different directions, and it had like 7 different lights stacked vertically on it. And it pointed to like the 4th one or something, and it's like, what is this signal? I'm like, what? I've never seen this. I've never heard of this. What the heck is that? Yeah, exactly. Like it had a picture of it, and I had no idea what the heck it was supposed to be. Like I've never even heard of this thing. Hey, Tudis, welcome. We're talking about traffic lights. I was just talking about my my driving test and how I had like one of the questions was about a 7 vertical stack traffic light, and it pointed to a random one. It's like, hey, what does this do? What does this light mean? I'm like, I have no idea. I've never even heard of this thing. How you doing, man? Welcome into the chat. We're working on random garbage here. We got some dungeon tiles. You took a driver's test? Oh, come off it, kitty. You had to take one too, I know it. Doing my driving theory stuff recently. I know that feeling. Yeah, no, that was the thing I was saying. Like, back when I took my driver's test, I had studied the book for like, you know, a couple weeks straight, and you're done driving practice with my dad and that kind of thing. And then every other question, it was like, hey, you know, whatever, it's not that big a deal. I know how driving works. You know, I've been around long enough to know all these questions. And then it just hit me with that one out of left field. I'm like, what the hell? Didn't have a freaking clue. Still don't. Still have no idea what that was. I've never seen that light in my life. I'm doing good. Just video editing and recording voiceover stuff for uni. Oh, okay. Yeah, man, I'm doing all right. Doing much better than I was yesterday. For sure. But you're video editing? Recording? Are you thinking about making a YouTube channel? Huh? Two Straws YouTube channel? Do you remember what you're supposed to do when you come to a four-way intersection at the same time as everyone else? Well, usually the first person to stop is the person who should go first. Game sprites? Yes, that's the idea. I spent all morning making these, making basically this one, and then I'm putting these all together to hopefully put onto a asset sheet to put up on like Itch.io or something, or Coffee maybe. But yeah, man. Although making the corner pieces was a pain in the butt. So I'm really well prepared, by the way, because I didn't check at all what the parameters are for various different game builders, right? Like, though I know that like there's RPG Maker and Godot, and there's another one that I can't think of off the top of my head, but they have parameters for like either 16 or maybe 32. I'm hoping they have 32-bit or 32 by 32 tiles, because that's what I made. Could never maintain a YouTube channel. It's all for a seminar I'm doing. Not that exciting. I don't know, man. I think you could do it. If nothing else, you could just post your videos to, or post your live streams to YouTube. At least that'll get you started. I gotta go. I'm making spaghetti. I need to pay attention here. Yeah, good idea. Pay attention to your spaghetti. Thanks, Rob. Thanks for stopping in. See you next time. But yeah, cutting these things up was a pain, and I don't know if it's actually gonna work, because if you notice, these are not the same, or they don't quite match up. So like this central dot here is not here on the very edge of this tile, but it is here on the very edge of this tile. So I've made it to where if you plug this corner on here and this corner on here and use only this in between them, it'll work, as long as your tiles are, you know, 32 by 32. These do not break down into 16 by 16s very well. At least I don't think they do. You mentioned spaghetti, and now I'm getting hungry. I think I ate my breakfast at like 6 a.m. and it's 3 now. But yeah, Tudis, I think you could, and I think you could do a YouTube channel if you wanted to. Like, I say that, like, I'm not really maintaining mine very well. We did actually have somebody stop in from YouTube earlier this morning, this afternoon, and say, hey. So my first naturally generated YouTube viewer. I think as long as the pattern works one direction, it's fine. Yeah, Luna, I think, stopped in. said hey. So yeah, hopefully we get some more people in from YouTube. My first non-bot response, anyhow. But yeah, I'm just poking at these. I've been trying to make this door, and I don't like it. It looks fine, but I don't love it. What I should probably do is make a shade between this color here and black, and put that, you know, blend those two together like that. But I haven't done it yet. The other thing that I want to do, see, I need stairs that fit the aesthetic. So I was kind of going off of this reference from Legend of Zelda. And this is not perfect, I think, but it's kind of gets the point across. How it's darker down at the bottom, and then slowly gets brighter at the top to give you that feel of this is farther away from me, and this is closer to me. So that's kind of what I was trying to emulate. I was considering uploading my time lapses to TikTok or something along those lines, but it's a lot of work. Oh yeah, so like the one edited video that I have on my YouTube channel, that took forever, and all I did was just speed up the footage. There's got to be a better way to do it, because one of the problems I was having with editing it was if you take 4 hours of video footage and just play it faster, you're still trying to edit 4 hours of footage, but the video scrubber does not track very well. So it's a pain in the butt to work with. Really dig the wall texture. The detail is amazing. Thank you. I think it works in... what's the word? There's enough going on to make it look like there's a lot going on. The more I look at it, I'm like, yeah, you know, that looks fine. And it's, you know, big old block shape here and a big old block shape there. But, you know, at a distance, it's like, oh, hey, them be bricks. Also, I started with this nonsense over here where I was like, bright, shade down, and then just each brick is the same. But I think that this process here, where it's the brighter bricks are both bigger and on the top. And your bricks get smaller and darker the closer to the floor you get. But now all I've got to do is like 20 different versions of this, where you know, I get different colored stone or wood or ice or what have you, and then I'll be able to actually have a sprite or an asset pack. Hang on just a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Had a thing for a roommate. Where was I? Really dig the walls. It'd be fun seeing this as an actual game. You know what? That's one of those things. There's like a whole... There are several like playlists... Not playlists. What do you call it? Boards? Pinterest boards? For, please, please let this be a game stuff. But yeah, so I was telling Kitty earlier, it's like, yes, I have the wall. I now need a floor. I need doors. I need ladders. I need other minutia to go around on the place. And then I need like 16 different variations of wall, so that I can have different dungeons. What I'd love to do is actually have a setup where I can make like D&D battle mats with it. I think that would be fun. Could use your little guy and turn this into his wizard tower, and you adventure down, down, down into the depths of it. Well, I could, potentially. My one slight issue with that, I think, is that, well, hang on, let me actually do this here. I'm a little bit big. I'm a little big compared to the wall. This is not the same wall texture, but it's about the same size. But yeah, I would need to make a 32 by 32 character model, which I could totally do. Man, I saw somebody make like a, what was it, like 8 pixels tall, or it was an 8x pixel sprite, and it was a 1-bit, so only 2 different colors. And they had a character model that had a witch hat, it had a robe, it had a staff, and it looked amazing. Saw that on Twitter earlier, and I was like, dang. They had like posted a thing that they had won first place in a contest from, and I was like, oh yeah, I see why they won first place. That's amazing. Shop has been slightly updated. I have a floor now and a wall. Still a work in progress, but definitely enjoying it. My songs not. Oh, my songs never update when I want them to. But yeah, slowly but surely, it's coming together. I might update the wall texture. It doesn't perfectly fit together. There's some bits and bobs here and there that I don't love. But yeah, it's working. The other thing I was wanting to do is make a character sheet, a pixel art version of a character sheet. Didn't get to that today, and I think I'm gonna have to quit here soon because I need to get something to eat. I actually have spaghetti in the fridge. But yeah, there's a ton of stuff that I want to do that it's just like sitting down and making it happen is part of the problem. The other side of it is like, is this going to be interesting to watch me do for the next 3 hours? Like, one of the things I need to do is update this character model that I'm using now. Yeah, like one of those sheets where you can see the character from all angles. Oh, no, actually. I should do that. I should do that too. But no, I was actually thinking in the context of a D&D character sheet. Like, you know, your strength goes here, and your dex score goes here, and your HP is there. Do one of those in a pixel art style. Yeah. I don't know how much fun that would be, or if it'd be nearly as interesting. I think what I'd have to start off with is like whatever the official version is, like from Wizards of the Coast, do that one. Because I've made my own character sheets in like Excel, because I kind of hate the default ones. I just need more space to write down all the stuff that I want to write on my character sheet. And they take up all this room with pictures. It looks nice, but it's harder to use, in my opinion. But I think 5th edition was built for a different player, a different kind of player than I am. Something else I should do with the shop, now that I'm looking at it, is make the picture frame big. Like, make a big picture frame anyway. And have it be like a TV thing that I could actually be in the shop and drawing and stuff. Whenever I look at the D&D sheet, it looks so small. Yeah, my biggest complaint is like, man, I could go on a tirade about 5th edition. So I started playing D&D in 3rd, and that's what I played for the most time. And 5th edition, I love 5th edition. It's very streamlined. But man, did they get a few very specific things wrong that needle me. And I say wrong. They're different. Specifically, what I'm referencing here is encumbrance. Like, I don't know how much D&D you play, but most people, I think, who play 5th edition just don't deal with encumbrance at all. There are rules for it in 5th edition for how much stuff your character can carry. And even in the book, the rules say the number is high enough that you should never have to worry about it. Thanks, game. Thanks for telling me that this rule exists just so that I can ignore it. Like, look, man, either just don't track encumbrance, or give me real rules to figure it out. To be completely clear, though, I don't think that the version of the game where it's like Skyrim, where you're like, everything has X number of pounds in weight, and you can carry X number of hundreds of, or Y number of hundreds of pounds in weight. I don't think that's a good way to do it. I think that's a terrible way to adjudicate how much stuff you can carry. Never played personally, but I've watched Critical Role and stuff. Yeah, and I think a lot of people are in that same boat. And in Critical Role, I think for the most part, which I've only watched a little bit, a few hours of it, I don't think for the most part that they really bother with how much they can or can't carry. Having weight is realistic, but I feel like it probably saps fun out of it. Yeah. Funny you say that. It depends. If everybody has a different tolerance for that kind of stuff. For some people, that can be the fun, right? Like knowing, okay, there is 3,000 pounds worth of money here. Can we carry it all out? Well, yes, we came equipped for that. And that's satisfying. You know, knowing that you are prepared in advance for all of the nonsense can make the world feel more grounded and real. It, what's the word? It encourages or maintains verisimilitude. A lot of the time people get a bag of holding and ignore it. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that overall the way 5th edition is played, it's mostly just, yeah, ignore it. Don't worry about it. Does it seem reasonable? Is the DM calling you out on it? If not, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Therefore, the rules for encumbrance in 5th edition are non-existent. Like, they exist, but nobody uses them. But then for other people who want those encumbrance rules, they want to track encumbrance, they want to have that layer of reality in their game, the rules in 5th edition are insufficient. They are unsatisfying, and even trying to play with them, they're kind of annoying. I don't know. I feel like there is a right answer, and 5th edition missed it. I feel like perhaps, previous editions had rules and were more realistic, but not very user-friendly. I'm a big D&D nerd, though, so I could talk your ear off about stuff you probably don't care about all that much. D&D is kind of my jam, kind of my thing. It's that thing that is useless to know a lot about, largely, but yet that is what I know a lot about. But that's the other thing too, right? Like, if you're talking about bags of holding, for example, if you have one, like, if you've never had to track encumbrance anyway, or you're using the 5th edition version of the rules where it's like, yeah, it'd be great if we could carry more stuff, but, like, we're not really tracking it anyway. You get a bag of holding, and it's like, oh, okay, now we have an in-world reason for what we've been doing all along. Whereas, if you've had to track every single pound of how much stuff you're carrying, and, like, you've been weighed down with treasure, and then you get into a fight, and it's actually causing you problems, if that's been your world, when you get a bag of holding, that's a big freaking deal, right? Like, it feels like a really meaningful reward to finally be able to not worry about how much stuff you can carry anymore. It's like unlocking a whole new section of the game. I know very little about the rules and details. Yeah, I mean, and that's fair. So one of the videos I'm working on has a comment about that. It's like, there are rules that are really simple, and everybody should know them. But every time I play the game, I have to keep explaining them. But that's okay. Maybe those people just want to play the game with their friends and have a good time, and not, try to consume a 500-page rulebook and have it all memorized at all times. That's not a weird thing to do. Don't look at me like that. But yeah, I consume rulebooks. I occasionally get things wrong, but not. I like to think not that often. my biggest concern when I'm playing D&D is like I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the player who's like, actually, DM, on page 473, the condition says thus and such. Are you usually a player or the DM? I've done both. I feel like I'm a better player than a DM. Well, let me put that. I can power game pretty well. But I've definitely played more than I DM. I'm running a game right now, Pathfinder, for some friends of mine. But I'm also playing in 2 or 3 other games. We sort of switch off week to week who's running. But I think most of the time I end up being a player. I like DMing and I like world building, but I understand how hard it is to put that stuff together. Part of my problem is like I'm kind of I'll get into an idea and be like jazzed about it, but then like actually pulling the trigger and committing to making the thing happen the way I envision it happening as the DM is hard. Like I get sort of what do you call it? Like a combination between stage fright and writer's block. Like, I want this cool thing to happen, but I don't know if it's going to be fun, and I don't know if I can execute it in play the way I have it envisioned in my head. And so it just takes me forever to get to it. So, but yeah, I have done both. DMing always seems quite complicated. So much planning that can go out of the window. Yeah. I mean, so I feel like... So you know how some people write when they do like public speaking, and I think this is one of those things that comes with time. Some people, especially when you're getting started, you write everything down. Like everything you are going to say is written on paper, and you speak exactly what the paper says, and you don't deviate from it. And then you get to the end of the page and you are done, and then you leave. But then like once you've been doing it for a long time, you stop having to do that and you just have bullet points. And you can go off on a tangent that you came up with, or you tell a story different every time, right? I feel like that's kind of how DMing can feel, except that there is no time at which you can strictly follow the page. So you've got to be able to adapt right from the get-go, and that can be scary. Honestly, I feel like if you want to run D&D, running a pre-planned adventure straight out of a book is probably a good way to get started if you've never done it before. That said, I'll tell this story too. I've told this before, I think, but when I first started, the very first game I ever ran, I was running for my brother and his roommate, and they're like, my brother's like 12 years older than me, and his friends are, similar age. So, I was like a teenager, and I was like, this is going to be my first game that I ever run. I'd played before, right? But anyway, it's just the two of them playing, so no big deal. And I had them come into like, it was this city that was on the road that was right in the middle of the road that they had been on before, but the city is new. I was like, well, that's really weird. And they come into the gates, and they're looking around, they see all these people everywhere, and it's like, wow, this is really strange. What's this city? And one of them was like, I want to make a perception check to see if anything's, because this seems fishy. I want to see if I can notice anything fishy. I'm like, yeah, sure, go ahead. He rolls, he blows it out of the water. It's probably like a nat 20 or something, I don't remember. So I gave him the information that all the people here are actually, they're like zombies with illusions painted over them to make them look like real people, and they're acting out, being part of a market or whatever, going about their daily chores. And so my brother and his friend looked at each other, and they're like, great, we turn around and leave. And that was the end of the game. It was like, yeah, that's great. We're not going in there. That seems like a bad idea. That game lasted for less than 20 minutes. And, looking back on it, it's like, yeah, that's a reasonable response. I don't fault them for that at all. And I think if I ran into that myself, that is exactly the way I would approach it myself. Yeah, they just nope right on out of that. And I've done that, right? I've done that in games and had DMs get frustrated with me before. And, like, you know, it's like, yes, there's this underwater dungeon down there that's probably full of treasure. I'm like, look, man, I'm level 5. I can't breathe underwater. And there's stuff down there that wants to kill me, and I know how the suffocation rules work. No, I'm not going down there. Like, but that's where the adventure is. The adventure's gonna have to wait. Part of my problem, I think, is I look at things a bit too realistically. What do you even do in that situation? You just end the game, or you just lead them over to something made up? I mean, so for me, in that situation, it was a matter of, well, you know, I don't have anything else prepared. And like I said, it was my first time ever running. So we stopped playing, and at the time, we would, you know, commonly just hang out and talk for hours and hours about gaming, about whatever else. It was at my brother was living in it was kind of a bachelor pad. He was living there full time, renting it, and then his friend was also living there, and I would come over occasionally. But anyway, we would just sit up for like, you know, 16 hours or whatever and talk about D&D or play video games or watch movies or whatever. But anyway, the game ended and we just sort of talked about it, right? Because both of them had run games for a long time. And we talked about, you know, how to fix it, how to do it differently next time, why they made the decision that they did. You know, they explained their reasoning to me. And I don't remember what my response was at the time, but like I said, it makes sense to me to take that approach. But yeah, depending on, I think now, for now, I would not put my players in that kind of a situation. I feel like I have a better grasp on something that's reasonable and appropriate. Honestly, I can't even remember what my plan was. Like, yes, cool, city full of undead. What was the next step? I said they were just understanding about the situation and tried to help you build from it. Yeah. And, you know, part of it is, I think it's a good idea to encourage other people when they step out of their comfort zone and actually try to run a game, because you don't want to be the one running games all the time. Sometimes you want other people to run so that you can play. And so if you discourage other people from running, especially on their first time, guess who gets to DM all the time? That's another thing too. Like, you know, it's cool that they were so chill about it. Which I hear about people playing online with random people that they do not know. I've done it like once. Played with somebody I literally had never met before. Well, maybe once or twice. And if it's like one person in a group of people that you know, one person you don't know, that's fine. But like, the idea of getting into a game with a bunch of people who you've never met and have no real life rapport with, that just doesn't sound fun to me. Like, the most of the people that I play with, I like playing with them because they are my friends. But like, their style of game, their style of play is a little bit different from mine, so, you know, we clash on that sometimes. But, you know, they're my friends, so it's not that big a deal. I can't imagine having that same situation with, I do not know this person, and they are doing stuff that is literally just ticking me off in-game. That sounds like a nightmare. Which, funny story about that, I have been in more than one situation, 3 times, specifically, where I, as a player character, have had to physically restrain another player character. I don't know why this happens to me. I don't know what made this, like, what leads this to occur. or why I end up in games with people who want to make me have to make them act like normal human beings. Imagine games with strangers just spark arguments all the time. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing. I don't want to argue with people, but I end up doing that. Like I was just saying, like the first time this ever happened, I was playing a fighter. We're really low level, playing a fighter. We're on a ship, on a boat, to where the adventure is going to happen. And one of the other players, who was not somebody I knew like the other people at the table, and I knew the GM. But this guy was new to me. He was in character going around and like bad-mouthing the sailors and like trying to steal their stuff and just making an ass of himself. And so in character, I'm like, hey, you're going to have to cut that out. And if you don't, I'm going to tie you up with rope and throw you over the ship, and you can hang out on the side of the ship until we get where we're going. And he's like, yeah, stop me. And so then he like, I don't know, goes to shove somebody off the side of the ship or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was like, all right, that's the last straw. So I physically restrained his character with rope, and I don't think I actually threw him over the side of the ship, because like, we're still playing together. I don't want to actually hurt him. But like, I had to do that. I felt like in character, that was the thing I had to do. This has happened twice, like 2 other times. Well, and I don't know why. I don't know why this happens to me. It's like, I can't play this character with any kind of verisimilitude and have you going around acting like a jackass without having any kind of response. It's like, if I had a nickel for every time this happened, I'd had 3 nickels, which is not a lot, but it's strange that it happened so many times. Anyway, I think I've gotten to the point where I'm rambling about old D&D stories. And if I don't stop, I will be here all day talking to myself. As I run everybody else off. But yeah, so most of the other people, by the way, Tudis, most of the other folks, or some of the other folks in the Discord, we play games together. So, you know, if you're interested and you have time, I know you're in school right now and trying to do the art thing too, but maybe we could get an online game going, if that sounds like something you're interested in. Get what you mean about acting like a normal person. Seems like people just act like a dick for the sake of it. Yeah, that's... Man, I'm gonna do a video about this, because I wanna talk about D&D on YouTube. That's kind of one of my interests. But yeah, I feel like there's this hard line, or maybe not a hard line, but there's this line between people who want to act like real people would in the situations, you know, in the fantasy situations that they find themselves in, and people who just want to press buttons and make stuff happen. Like, there's 2 different sides of a spectrum here. Yeah, we can talk about that. I think that would be kind of fun. I will say that, you know, playing online is so different than playing in person. But, you know, given the state of the world right now. And, you know, if you have friends who are literally across an ocean, there's not really much you can do about that. But anyway, I've got some other stuff I need to get done today, one of which is lunch, and I do want to work on my video that I've been talking about for the past 3 weeks and I haven't actually made any progress on. So I'm going to go ahead and call it here, I think. Yeah, distance will always be an issue. I mean, the world is more connected than it's ever been, which is nice, and just, you know, brings its own set of challenges to overcome. I think once technology develops a bit more and we have a bit more human-like interaction available to us, that'll go a long way towards alleviating this problem. And maybe the next generation won't feel the disconnect as much as those of us who are growing up in the transition do. But anyway, I can feel my voice starting to strain, which means I have talked way too much. But hopefully everyone who's here had an entertaining time. Hope you have a lovely day as well. Don't forget, I will be streaming tomorrow, actually, and then Friday, 11. I might move things to 11:30. You know what? I'm gonna call it now. I'm moving everything to 11:30. I like starting a little later. So yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 11:30 Eastern Standard Time, right here. Same bat time, same bat channel. In any case, everybody, thanks for hanging out, and till I see you again, safe travels.